All right, so one thing I want to do is, all right, we got GK work update here. Let me just add something to the README. All right, so we made a quick change. Wrong folder. So then GK work or GK add. Oh. Oh, interesting. That's a little annoying. Okay. Okay, so auto completion is something we're going to want to fix. So, yep. What we're doing right here is a quick demo of Git Kraken CLI tool, and you'll notice that it kind of fits in the same space as Git. Like, we pass through commands to it, but what we're seeing is a bug with the auto completion. I haven't done an update here yet, but we were able to get it to work. Okay, so then, yeah, we've added that GK work commit AI. And then this is where we got to log in. So GK auth login. I really hope that's not something we might have an issue with, but let me post that as some feedback. GK dev feedback. All right. So cool. I'm logged in. All right. So then GK log removes obsolete search results functionality. Nice. And yeah, one thing that we're maybe going to look at is how we could look at previous commit messages and adopt the AI or adopt like the pattern. So it would have been nice if it was fixed. So hold on. Oop. All right. So yeah, that's something we'll work on. But then this is the part I wanted to showcase, right? Git work PR create. I got to set up provider. Boom. And then it generated a PR for us with the title and description. It's kind of nice, right? So yeah, like just speeding up the commit process. Yeah, no, so it was the craziest bug, and this is something I kind of want to double check here in a bit. But basically, the I can even show some of it. Uh, do, do, do. So that's not showing the output I was expecting at the moment, but basically, the issue was that this, right, that .git slash head wasn't a symbolic link. And I don't know how to like actually show if it is now. It almost looks to me like it is now because it has the @ symbol, but I don't know if that's actually true. But yeah, so basically there was a command that was checking for if we have dirty changes in the local, and it was failing out because this wasn't a symbolic link, or it wasn't linked properly or something, and that broke stuff. And what we need to do is maybe figure out if it was just my version of Git or something like that too. So yeah, like kind of tricky. But yes, that was the fix for what happened yesterday. And we also got a fix for no longer needing a workspace setup. But again, I don't have the updated thing here on this machine because I didn't think it was necessary because we got it working. But yeah, like being able to generate a PR with one command, kind of cool, right? How do y'all feel about that so far? All right, you do need to be logged in via GitKraken to get access to the providers that you've set up, right? Like the integrations. But other than that, pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I'm stoked on that. I think it is nice. Um, we're trying to think about like how we're gonna socialize it, and I know there was a tweet from Theo at one point. Yeah, exactly. And technically, the work stuff, I think we can just do with W. Yeah. So we've already got the PR. Already exists for yep. But yeah, basically you can do GKW and save yourself some effort there too. But also like we pass things through, which is nice. Um, I do want to leave that as some feedback. And yeah, I mean, it's Friday night. Most of the people working on this thing are East Coast, so they probably won't get to my question, but I at least wanted to leave it for Monday. And yeah, like this could be an issue with just an older version. Let me test real quick here. Okay, so it doesn't work there either. All right, so yeah. Um, GK provider list. Uh, I think it's GK help provider. I think the provider could be set per workspace, but I'm not 100% certain on that one. But that's a good question. Let me double check that on just getkraken.dev real quick. Yeah, so workspaces can have providers set. So theoretically, like, I've got GitHub there. If I create a new workspace, I would select the provider from this list. So I believe that's how you'd want to do that from the command line as well. So you can add as many integrations as you want, but a workspace is associated with only one. I'm not sure how that would work. I should actually try that, though. I should double check that part. We're not going to deal with it right now, though. But yeah, I just wanted to showcase the PR stuff. I thought that was kind of nifty. I'm wondering if it would be. Wonder if there'd be some benefit to more in the PR. Yeah, I think it's early. We can think about like how the PR could have like more explicit descriptions. And I think that would just be us updating the prompt. But yeah, anyway, let's actually get to the code that we need to work on. Music's good. We'll wait on a whiskey. But yes, so the thing that we were doing yesterday is we get this action, we get these values. The fact that that works, I don't even know if we need to do this apply. Oh, we have to do apply, though. That's right, that's right. Hmm. I don't actually want to do this. We do want to do that. And we don't actually need to do it on this endpoint. So instead, yeah, let's grab this. We're just doing that because this was the endpoint we were just testing. Actually, so we do that. Org user should be available. So then we'll look at params and con, and then here we'll do params and then let's say 404 not found. And yeah, so hold on. We want to do basically this. And the other thing we're going to pass here is now hold on. I think it's just org user dot role. Right, because we want this to be for each user. What we end up wanting to do is just create like a struct or technically a map that has the permissions mapped to a numeric value, right? So then if we do that, hmm, so yeah, instead of, because we don't want to pass the roll here. What we want to do instead is, So what we could do is this, right? Required permissions is equal to the result of this. Right? We do that at the end no matter what, but we're going to have a different case. And hold on. So let me look at the belongs to org. Yeah. So dot permissions is going to be a role value. Yeah, so it is dot permissions dot role. And this could have even been just an if. Okay, so then that goes in utils. So that's a plug. I don't think we can do the plug, but instead we want to do a utility. We'll just call the utility permissions. All right, we define a module, utils, permissions. Has permission. And it's not just email that it takes in. This is current role, required role. Yeah, sure. We're going to do a private method, and this is going to be role to value or a role to number. Yeah, so then this is admin write read. And maybe I want to do this the other way. but we're going to do this like that just so we can actually create some others in the future, just in case, right? If we want to add stuff in between. Honestly, I don't think it matters, right? It's fine. So then from here, what we want to do is just simply roll to number greater than or equal to roll to number there. Yeah, I like that. So we didn't need a map. We can just do a case as a function. And then here, instead of forbidden, we do not found, because we don't want to leak if the resource exists. So then this is and honestly, no, we can just do this. I don't think we need the as. So then this ends up just being permissions. And yeah, we need question mark on it because it returns a Boolean. So then here, this is where we simply map the permission needed. Right. So then, yeah, we've got that method there. Roles. I don't know if I like that. Let's see what they're auto-completing. Yeah, no. So instead of a list, we can do a struct. We don't want to do that, though. I think instead... How do we actually export that? Yeah, it's called a module attribute. Okay, so no, not module attributes. So this is defining the size of the string, maybe? Which I think is fine. So then, yeah, here we look at this. We're not going to do that part. I got one thing I want to fix here. We're going to have another that is just open or none. Even though that wouldn't really be a thing. Yeah, so I kind of like this. It is a bit boilerplatey. Yeah, all right. So let's keep thinking about this. I at least want to verify it works before we try and think about how we can reduce it down. One of the issues is that con.assigns.permissions role we can just set that for now. Yeah, we can set role none, and then verify here should fail out with a 404. This function call will not succeed. We can just do roles.none for now. Yes, let's see if that works. It does compile. .404 not found. Yeah, all right. I like it. Okay, so now we just got to think about a good way to abstract this so we're not having to like copy and paste this entire thing. Because realistically, this part is implied, or like this part is the common bit, once we have the role part figured out. We're not going to need this for any other endpoints, or we're not going to need this for this endpoint at all, but we will need it in any endpoint that's like scoped to an org. This part, I think, is going to be required. What's up, Trevenge? Yeah, how you doing? Been busy though? That's good. Yeah, keeping busy is always nice. Hold on one second. Videos. Nope. All right. So yeah, this part I wouldn't mind, but we'd want to pass that to something. Yeah, what would be the right way to abstract this part? Because all of these functions, or at least I think, this is kernel.apply there, which is implied, so we don't need to specify that. But action name comes from phoenix.controller.action name. All right, so then we pass con through. Yeah. Yeah, like, what you been up to? Like, what's been keeping you busy there, Trevenge? think that comes from Phoenix.controller as well. No. Oh, and I probably want to do that anyway, but where do those come from? So it's plug.con. Shit. Plug.con doesn't come from there. Or, sorry, JSON doesn't come from plug.con. It's Phoenix.controller. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Let me read what you said there, and let me double check some other stuff. Does Elixir have a safe navigation operator? Oh, and yeah, hold on. Let me read it. Sorry. Whoa, bunch of stuff. Oh, major car accident. I'm sorry, man. Dude, that sucks. So he had to get a car, didn't have any savings. He did what you know best, which is to get hired doing video work with a crew. And that small gig led to a big commercial that you became director of photography for, which you had to have your girlfriend drive you to and from. You get a car on Monday. Nice. 2024 Elantra. Okay. Okay. Yikes. Damn, man. Yeah, yeah. But yep, no worries. Enjoy. Okay, so then maybe belongs to org would be something like this, and we could just do or none. I don't like the magic string there, but kind of okay with it. Hmm. Hmm. So hold on, let me look at the router. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't do that, which is fine. And what's up, Celestial? How you doing? So yeah, we check if they belong to the org, and that's where we set that part. But then for the admin one, we're going to want to set something else. So similar to how we did the magic link, we just want to generate a migration. Attempted biggest PR to date and got it into prod with some unseen issues. Brutal. I would say that's not necessarily something to shoot for. Small PRs are definitely better, right? As far as like review and some of that stuff goes. So in the future, start thinking about like how you could break up the PR. I think that's tough. No, no. So I get that, but think about it this way. Like, like what did the PR do without doxing yourself too much, right? You know, like don't name the org or the project or what it does, but maybe like kind of describe like the general stuff that your PR did, like adding a new endpoint to the API or creating a new page on the front end or whatever, right? Okay, so migrated a type of item, reagent containers, in a game to a completely new attack chain. And reagent containers interact with everything. Got it. The way I might implement that then is like build out the thing, but don't associate it with everything yet. Build out, then build out. Like, I don't know. You'd probably want to, like, the way it interacts with everything, you don't have to, like, do the changeover for those interactions at the same time that you're creating, like, the thing, right? Or changing the attack chain or whatever. So, like, the old version and the new version can live side by side, but you don't have to associate it with the new things yet. That can be just another PR. And if it, like, it's basically just trying to cut down on the noise. Changing those interactions and how those things link is actually kind of straightforward and is a really easy PR, especially if they all look the same, right? So then try and just split out the wiring from the creation of it. I don't know. It's hard because I don't know the code. But yeah, like you don't have to wire everything up immediately. That wiring is actually like maybe another step, like another PR. But you can create the entity, you can write the tests for that entity, and like how that attack chain works with a mock, right? Or something. Again, I don't know the code, so it's hard to like really see it. But you can break it down into steps, and I think that's valuable. That would be a cool tutorial. Yeah. No, that would be some like I'm not a big fan of tutorial content, but I think that would actually be a decent one. But real quick, now Miyago and person with the somewhat immature name, welcome. Thank you for the follows. Yeah. I got the teleprompter, so I look directly at you when I talk. I don't know. I think there's value to that. I think it's cool. I'm one of the few streamers that does that. Let me get more music on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's fine, Celestial. It's just something to think of, right? Like sometimes you can't, but it's worth a shot. Yeah, like stacked and associated PRs is definitely like a hard problem. I think something we definitely want to try and fix at GitKraken at some point, but yeah, it's tricky. So I just don't know. Hmm. Yikes. All right, so hold on. That is super gross. So basically, has permission requires to like itself to be run on anything that has the org user's permission. So then let's do this. We're going to create is super admin. Oh yeah, and that's where we were leaving off, right? Actually, let's do this. Eventually, I'm going to want to do like log super admin action or something, but we don't need that right now. So yeah, we'll do that. Oh, even though that's going to fail for the moment. Let's fix this real quick. Fixed with Super Maven as part of the Pro. Fuck that. It just knows it as food. All right, so and yeah, the safe navigation. I think we're good there. Elixir spec return struct shape. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So this is how you can specify byte strings or bit strings. So that's just not right. We can just leave it for now. Wrong returns in two places? Yeah, no, that's chill. Oh, hold on. I got a work thing. And what's up, Brainless? So yeah, you missed some of it, but this is our permissions, right? So I'm defining the roles. And then I've got my has permission utility function where I'm passing the plug.con into it. I'm passing the required role, and then this is responsible for grabbing the current role from con.assigns, and then this does like that boilerplate. So then it basically just means that I will then on, and this is work in progress still, like I haven't filled it in there, I would end up just doing like this definition here, and then just pass the required permissions into that utility function. So then this would be ATProto Elixir web dot utils has permission, and we just do that. So then this is at least a little more straightforward there. So then I'm not like repeating all of that boilerplate for like checking the permissions. I'm just passing them to this function, and this is where I just define the map of the permission that's required. I think I'm liking that. Yeah, I think there's still some fiddling to do with it, but I don't know. Yeah, as far as like a good simple permission system work is going, I kind of like it. So then each controller would just have this map of the action name to the role. We haven't tested this part yet, but we did test that like that all worked. Like with the boilerplate that we abstracted from here or into here. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. Hold on one second, and I can reply to it over here. Let's do it on in public, right? Ah, hold on. Shit is not reactive. Delete. And wow, that tweet got way more views than I thought it would. 1.2K. Yeah, I feel like Twitter's been burying a lot of my posts. Big thumbs up. You know, it's not huge, but yeah, I've come to expect around 1,000 views in general. So when it only does like 300 or something, I really feel like I'm getting buried. I think they realize that my premium subscription is expiring and they might be like boosting me a bit just to try to convince me to keep it. Fat chance of that. And hold on. All right, so yeah, and I'd say it's basically 5 o'clock. Hold on, let me review a quick PR. Whoa, 79 files changed. One second. Yeah, let me review a PR real quick. 79 files changed. Like, some of them were deleted, but whoa. Like, okay. Whoa. So, yeah, I'll be doing that on Sunday. One thing though, let me go grab the whiskey. Had to go get a fresh bottle. Ended up hopping into the flask last night. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Is that Twitter or Blue Sky? Let me get more music going. So yeah, someone just reached out with a really cool thing that I might be able to do for the channel. But yeah, let's do a beverage. All right, so okay. Lemonade. I misplaced my stirring stick. Oh, I think I see it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, let's continue with what we're building. Wow, Prime and them are going late. All right, so yeah, we've got that bit. The part I was leaving off on, we created admin users. Yeah, let's make that migration happen. It's going to be a bit like this. We're going to rename it. Create admin users. Oh, wait, what? Cannot execute command outside of block. Oh, yeah. It's yeah, I know what I'm missing. Yeah, that's the block we needed in. But ooh, yeah, we need to do that. The name of this table is admin users. Hey, what's up, Jens? Schnapps number 44. Yeah, Mr. Sir, what you up to? And yeah, man, 44 is a long time. I just celebrated my 69th follow, or not follow, but a subscription month on the Primogens channel. Nice. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm doing well. We're building out some abstractions here. This... I think we'll be able to knock out all the permissions stuff and the OpenAPI spec stuff by the end of today. But yeah, so here in accounts, yeah, we're going to copy org user, call it admin user. Yeah, so basically, oh, and thank you. Yeah, the chat is something we made here on stream ages ago. We were even gonna turn it into like a software as a service kind of like chat box thing, but then we lost all that code when I was like really close to finishing the payment system. But the payment system inspired Walter, which is our main project. This is like a side project so that we can dog food Walter. And I still need to decide on Walter's new name. Jesse, there you go. Yeah, no, I've got a few. Right now, I think we're leaning towards, what is it? Quotani or Wadham? Versus an admin field in the users table? I don't like that. No, I totally get the reference, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so Wadham, like that might be all right, or Quotani. So I've got the domain for both of those. I've also got a few others that I don't have access to at the moment. But yeah, I'll have to just decide eventually. But this is just a fun thing to work on in the meantime. And yeah, so I mean, realistically, Oscriptor, in my opinion, permission stuff doesn't belong on the user. Right? The user is just the user's record, and permissions things are separate. I don't like number one, I'm not a big fan of Boolean fields on things, right? A roles table. See, I definitely didn't want to do any database based roles like that. So technically what I'm thinking is eventually admin users might have, right, like a permissions field at some point too. But we don't need to do that right now. But that's like the idea. I may end up having a different scope level per admins as well. But I also need to consider that admin users may also be users of the application too. Right? Would I want to create a whole separate account to do admin stuff, or would I just want to navigate to the admin portion? So I don't know. Like, to me, splitting those things out based on routes and some of that just makes sense. We could just put it on the user. I don't know if it matters. Tables are cheap, though, you know? So, like, you shouldn't feel bad about creating a new table. for something that gets fetched really often, like the users table, keeping it like really compact and like only having the values that you care about there also makes it faster to index, as an example, right? So if you really want to think about like database optimization, just imagine your data sitting in like each row is actually like a row in a CSV or something, right? But remembering that you can have fixed length rows in that CSV, and that fixed length like char would then just be padded with spaces at the end to fill that like gap, right? So then you have what looks like a real proper columnar CSV file. That makes it nice for the database system to simply jump from one field to the next to get to the one that you want to like index on, to like navigate to the next row. If it knows the exact length of every field, then it knows like how quickly, like it knows that that length is just that many bytes in memory, and it can jump to the next row by just doing a jump of that many bytes. So that's why you basically, when you normalize data in a database, you don't want to have varchars anywhere near something that needs to be fast to reindex. Because keep in mind, like you can have indexes on primary keys and all that stuff, but regenerating those primary keys or regenerating the indexes for those primary keys still requires iterating the rows. So at that point, if your database system knows exactly how long a row is, it becomes more valuable. So at that point, like it also doesn't have to calculate the length of a row as long if you have less fields in a table. Right? Just think of it as having to like loop over all the fields in a table based upon the definition, looking at the length of the things, then it gets the number value. That's a micro optimization, right? Not as important as proper like varchar normalization, but still just a thing. The less columns in a table, the faster it is to index in general. Now, a lot of this changes when you're dealing with things like DynamoDB. So, yeah, they've got some magic they're doing under the hood. But as far as just general database design, that's at least something I was taught, not necessarily in a class, but by my mom, because she did major database optimization stuff for Microsoft for a long time. She did a lot of like database stuff for like the 1-800 system for number portability. Just in general, database stuff has been her bread and butter. So I got to learn a lot of that from her. Ooh, you know what a good name would be? Mathau. Ooh, that's not bad. The problem would be spelling it, though. I think Quotani is easy enough to spell. But ooh, I like that. Just call it Mathau. I doubt that domain's available, though. Not at all, because that's what joins are for. Right? So your SQL has the ability to join, and those tables are still part of the same like network request when you're doing a proper like left join, right join, whatever. That's the whole power of SQL versus something like Mongo, where you don't have proper relations. So yeah, there's absolutely zero network trade-off because it's still just one network call. If you're doing it right. Technically, I think with my middleware, I might be doing that differently, but also my database is local, so it doesn't matter. So there is a bit of that, right? So no, you're right. In this case, I am making an extra request. I think that extra request is totally fine. But yeah, you're right. In general, though, if I was doing it a different way, I would be fetching the user and the admin user at the same time. Ecto does separate calls when a preload is required. It doesn't actually turn that into a join? That's kind of gross. That's kind of really gross. Huh. That's the whole point of a query builder. Weird. And what about the performance when using a join? I mean, your query cache should be able to like optimize that pretty well. Joins are not that big of a performance hit. They're far better than things like a subquery. That was actually one of the biggest like takeaways I got from my mom when she was optimizing stuff at Microsoft. She was dealing with like major business data, right? Like business analytics type data so people could do marketing or sales or some bullshit, right? But she was optimizing queries that would take anywhere from like a day to a couple days, and she'd optimize them down to the order of hours, right? And the biggest win she got from doing any of that was optimizing away from subqueries into joins. But here's the thing. There's still value to writing the subquery to prove that it's the right data, right? And then you can optimize it later. Because it's faster and easier to write a subquery. But one thing to remember is that a subquery is basically a black box to the query around it. So they have totally separate like query optimization paths. Whereas a join is one continuous start to finish query optimization step. But yeah, the way I am doing middleware, I am making an extra request. So that was actually a really good question. In this case, I'm not too worried about it, though. We could optimize away from it, and in the place where we're doing our, right, like, let me look at it. Let me show you. In the place where we do, what is it? This token config, not validation. Oh, wait, hold on. Those are utils. Sorry. It would be here. So this auth one, right? We're getting this, doing all that. So here's the thing. We're not actually fetching the user at the point where we're validating the token, right? And this is some of the value you get from using tokens like this. Because the user's ID is part of the token. So yeah, this doesn't even involve an HTTP request. So then if we look at, let's say, belongs to org, I could put the user on here, but I'm not even making a request for the user. I'm just fetching, the org user. As well as like his super admin, I'm just fetching the admin user. So that actually makes things a little bit easier. And maybe instead of is super admin, this is get super admin. Yeah. And we'll just call it admin user as well. So technically, it's not an extra request because we're only making the one anyway. But if I wanted to grab the user, then I would get user and permissions or something in which I'm doing a join of all those tables and I'm just adding admin user as like props kind of thing. But we don't have to do that because we're not fetching the user. We're just validating the token. However, this does validate that the user still exists because we have the cascade delete on admin user. So if the user gets deleted, this would fail, right? So this would return nothing. So yeah, great questions though, Oscriptor. Like, yeah, really nice. But yeah, at the end of the day, you shouldn't worry about joins. Joins are optimizable and typically very fast. It's when you start doing a bunch of joins that you might experience like slow stuff. But for the most part, your joins should be optimizable in a way that the indexes make it not a big deal. I know, right? Yeah, for sure. So back to it. Yeah. Admin user here. User ID. I don't think we're going to do permissions there yet. Org ID is not a thing. So then that gets fixed. Cool. Hold on. Admin user here. That needs to change. So then we get to accounts up here. And yeah, the ULID and UUID stuff goes away. I want to group the aliases. And then we go all the way down to the basement. You got to be careful. If you sneeze at the same time, you might spontaneously combust. That's not even close to accurate. Org ID goes away. Okay, cool. So I like this so far. Our is super admin. Here, I actually want to do this. Thanks, James. Yeah. Yeah, like chill wave, synth wave, there's a lot of overlap. If you ever want a link, you can just do song and get the currently playing song. That works if it's playing from YouTube or Bandcamp. And I should probably add SoundCloud eventually too, just in case I'm playing my own stuff. All right, so we're at the controller level there. We did the migration already. Let's get rid of some of these things that they're warning us about. Nope, that one we leave. So then we look at router. Boom. All right, so that to do is done. So then now is the moment of truth. Will this abstraction actually work? Ooh. Oh, and yeah, no, I messed up. This is no longer a Boolean. All right, so let's start the server. Oh, and I know why that is. Yeah, permissions doesn't exist on this endpoint. All right, so from here, let's just do it for the keyword endpoint. So then the things that we have here are index, create, show, update, delete. And then yeah, here, alias permissions. Oh, one thing I want to do though, before I forget, here in auth controller, I think. Yeah, I want to do this before we get into those submodules. There we go. But yeah, Brainless, how do you feel about this this quick and dirty permissions check? You know, it's not as like boilerplate free as some of the other stuff that might be out there, but it really does fill like the void that I needed it to, which I think is kind of cool. And again, thank you so much for figuring out like the action name thing. That was cool. Right? Like the fact that we needed the action hook rather than like the call hook. I've never used the action hook before. So yeah, it's awesome. Oh, I was just saying, like, how do you feel about the abstraction we have so far for permission stuff? Sure, there's a little bit of like boilerplate for having to call has permission instead of doing it at some top level. right? There's the boilerplate of having to fetch the rolls and do the action thing. But yeah, no, I kind of like it. Like it's still just like nice and simple. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and I was thanking you for like finding the action like hook instead of like the call hook. That really helped. I probably would have created a way worse abstraction if I hadn't found this. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, no, that's a good catch. Even though technically I think Specs is using the private thing as well, right? So if that ever breaks, it's going to break a lot of stuff. You're right. That would probably 500. But then we're good. Like it would have just failed out instead, which I would consider actually acceptable. But yeah, hold on. Required here would actually be rolls dot never maybe. I like that. Yeah, that was the thing we were talking about yesterday too, where I'd want it to like bail, right? So then yeah, if we do never, here it becomes -1, and this will never be greater than or equal to whatever roll we're looking for. So yeah, I think never works for me. And it would also work if the user just doesn't have a roll somehow. So never and nil would be the same thing. I could also set never to nil. But I think we're fine there. Then you die. Yeah, for sure. That's just science. Oh yeah, what'd you get? Yogurt and oatmeal. Like mixed together? I could see doing. Oh, really? Like yogurt and oatmeal mixed together. I could see doing like yogurt and oats. But yogurt and oatmeal, I never even thought about. Like, did you cook the oatmeal, or are you just mixing it dry into the yogurt? Okay, dry. Well, oatmeal is just ground up oats, technically, right? So are they whole oats or are they ground? And not like whole, but like shaved? Mm. So 1 second. I'm curious. Let me go look at Twitch here real quick. I need to go to my creator dashboard. And I'm curious where everyone here is from. Okay, it's the flakes, not like ground up into a powder or whatever. Sure. Yeah, that or not powder, but you know what I mean. Like just smaller parts. But yeah, hold on. Community. No. Overview? Trying to figure out like where in general people are from on the stream. Like the country. Does Twitch break that down at all? Okay. Yeah, they do. Let me just copy and paste this for someone real quick. We might be able to do a cool giveaway. You know, it's still up in the air, but it would be pretty nifty to be able to do this. No problems with the new Mac. Other than the fact that for some reason, like the repos I created didn't have the sim link we were looking for. Yeah, the Digma keyboard's great. I need to actually send a message, and we might bring on someone from the company to just like talk about configuring it and blah blah blah. You know, keep in mind, like basically sponsored content because they gave me a free keyboard, and it's an expensive keyboard. So yeah, I'm stoked on it. But yeah, I really like it. It's much better than the other splits that I've had. I think it's the newer one, the Rays. And yeah, I don't care if I get the commission or anything. Like, use my key or not. Like, it does help them recognize if it was worth giving me a free keyboard, but I like it. You know, it's definitely the nicest split keyboard that I own. I've got a couple other splits that didn't have any of the tenting. I do think the columnar layout took a lot of getting used to, right? To where like all the keys are in like columns. But beyond that, it's not bad. You have concerns that it would need to go through customs. Yeah, I could see that. Because I think they're based in what, Portugal or something like that. But yeah, the thumb cluster is amazing, like really nice. Oh, Spain. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, and we're on an ad break. Sorry for everyone who might be trying to keep up with the chat there. So Four Wheel, they live in Brazil. So yeah, that's where like the customs thing can be a bit trickier. If they were here in the US, it'd be totally fine. If they were in Canada, it'd be totally fine. But yeah, Brazil, it may be trickier, right? Like they may get nickel and Chile. God damn it! Sorry, not Brazil. We said Brazil previously, and you're like, no, Chile, and then I forgot. I can remember this now because I really want to travel to Chile for some snowboarding during the summer at some point because it's way better snowboarding than Australia, New Zealand type stuff. So yeah, not Brazil, Chile, but also might still have similar problems. So Four Wheel, okay, yeah, Brazil would be a problem, sure. Your board no longer sees action? Why is that? Are you just like too far away from the mountain or like age? Yes, Chile is the super long country. So basically the south part of Chile is like really, really gnarly. I think it's the long country. I could be mistaken. What if you need to repair it or something? Yeah. I've had mine for probably like close to 6 months. Yeah, it's the long skinny one. Okay, yeah, for sure. Um, shit. Manuel Diaz. Yeah, dude. I used to know this guy. Like, you ever heard of Manuel Diaz? I know he's like somewhat famous actually in Chile as far as snowboarding goes. But yeah, like he used to be like we used to call him like Little Monolito or whatever, right? Because yeah, he started showing up at Stevens Pass around the age of like 14. And Stevens Pass is like my home resort. But yeah, it was always kind of tricky, like coming up as like a snowboard bum, trying to make it and having to compete with someone like Manuel who's just amazing. And also loaded so he can afford to do whatever he wants. Oh shit. Okay, so 2 years ago. Damn. So damn, he crashed on his motorcycle with no helmet and had brain damage. Damn, that's 3 years ago. I think there was another 2 years ago. He ran a red light on his motorbike, crashed into a car. Shit. So 3 months ago, doing pretty well considering what happened. That's awesome. Because, yeah, he was a good dude. Nah, so this isn't the problem. Yeah, anyway, damn. Yeah, that's gnarly, man. Well, I'm glad to hear he's doing better. But yeah, dude, if you ride a motorcycle, those things are fucking death traps. It's an instant left swipe on any dating app when I see someone riding a motorcycle in their photos. Like, it's an instant left swipe. If anything, it just shows poor decision making. Not to naysay it. If you have a motorcycle and you like it, go for it. But yeah, not something I'm looking for in a partner. But back issues after so many years of inactivity. Last time you went to snowboard, you couldn't do more than 2 hours. Honestly, no, dude. 2 hours is all you need. Yeah, the like. So Brainless, have you seen my snowboard sponsor me video? I'll pull it up. We're not gonna watch it, but I'll give you the link if you want to check it out. Uh, and some. Here we go. I can't remember if I showed you or not. So yeah, basically, that's my sponsor me video from 2006. But the times I've gotten hurt the most, right? I've broken both collarbones. I dislocate my shoulder. Gotten multiple concussions. They all happen when I'm riding tired. Right? Tweaked my knees a few times. Nothing major, which is nice. But yeah, like the worst times to snowboard are when you're riding tired. I know, maximize your time on the mountain, but that's actually how you get hurt. A 2 hour drive, 2 hours of riding, and a 2 hour drive back is still better than no riding. That's basically the boat that I'm in. It's more like an hour and a half, but I just call it 2 hours. And yeah, we're already getting close to the end of the season. Like, this was such a short season. Like, it didn't get going that well. And it's still pretty bare up there. Like, we haven't gotten enough snow to fill in my favorite backcountry stuff. So, yeah, that's a shame. Like, I really, really want to move somewhere where I'm, like, right next to the mountain, which is why I've been considering Tahoe and, like, Whitefish, Montana. Even just moving closer to the mountain, like Leavenworth or something. I used to live in Kirkland, Bellevue. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I live in Redmond. Redmond is definitely like a trek, but it's doable. I've still never been to Whistler. I need to get my passport. A lumbar discopathy since 2001. Ooh, that's a long time. That is a long time to have a back issue. Rented a part-time room in Tahoe last year. Yeah, I'm really thinking about moving to Tahoe. If I end up doing the Y Combinator thing eventually, Tahoe would be my move. And then I'd just drive in and sleep in my car or something during like the events or whatever. And then fuck it, right? I've heard Whistler's all right. People, what a bunch of bastards. Like, dude. A shower of bastards. That's what he called them. You mean as far as rent? I depending on the spot, I'd be paying less in rent. Now, buying in Tahoe is super expensive. You could also live or rent in Reno if you want to be near South Lake. And Reno is super cheap. It's maybe like a half-hour drive, depending on the resort. So Rython, maybe LLMs are bad at it, but Super Maven's pretty good at the autocompletion. Like, Super Maven makes it, like, really solid. I'd recommend giving it a shot. Yeah, I'd recommend learning Elixir just for the sake of, like, enjoying the pattern matching and a bunch of that stuff. It doesn't have strict typing, but it does have strong typing, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, so strong typing, like, you're not going to get the best, like, editor tooling, but at least at compile time, things will bail, right? So at compile time, you can still check it. And they're currently working on it. Yeah, but it's not there yet. And I think this, like, at spec stuff is, like, part of some of that, like, stronger typing, or stricter typing, I should say. Next update. Sure. All right, so yeah, back to this bit. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're still doing the keyword controller stuff. We want to do operation show. All right, we'll let that be, but we'll have to fix it. Yeah, my favorite thing to kind of like point out with Elixir is that in general, things just kind of work. Like, that was my takeaway when I first learned it. You just try things, and they just kind of work. Doesn't mean you're doing it like the idiomatic the right way or whatever, but compared to something like Go or Elixir, or sorry, like Go or Rust, there's a lot more just like stuff you gotta know. Whereas Elixir, nah, it's fine. As long as you understand like maps and pattern matching, you're basically done. Right? Like the atom thing versus strings, sure, that might take a little bit. You want to do more Go? Go's a fine language. I think the problem I have with Go is just some of the implicit stuff that their compiler could help you with, but it doesn't. So as far as like marshalling JSON, make sure you're capitalizing any prop you want to get from the struct you're passing to that marshal. Otherwise, you're not going to get those props because under like lowercase, that makes them private and you don't get that out of it. I find that really bad, and it should be able to tell you, right? There should be a training wheels mode of the compiler for Go. And then once you get it, you're fine. But as an example, I have an API that I rewrote in Rust, Elixir, and Go. It was Node.js to begin with. And I did like a toggle like time tracker. It was like 21 hours with Elixir, like 23 with Rust, and it was 19 with Go. But the Go code, like even though it was 19 hours, the last like 3 or 4 hours of it felt like they took longer. So that's like a developer experience problem I think Go has. When you're sitting there dealing with some bug that you just can't figure out, like your brain is going to stress itself harder. And even if it takes you less time, if it feels like it takes longer, that's kind of a shit experience. Once you get past it, then yeah, you're productive and you're good, but like the fact that there's no training wheels mode for the compiler is really annoying and really bad. Whereas like the errors you get from Rust are really good, right? Like you might do a thing in Rust and it complains about lifetimes or some shit. And you explain and get like all the ways that you could possibly be messing that up and the patterns and blah, blah, blah. Like their error messages in Rust are amazing. But here's a big thing, Rython. When in doubt, clone it out. I'm going to say this right now. If lifetimes or borrowing are a thing that's really bumming you out, just clone it. Make it work, and then you can optimize it later. Because the compiler will elide away a bunch of clones for you. For Rust, specifically. Yeah. When I might have misspoken. When you're doing Rust, if it's complaining about lifetimes, just clone it. If it's complaining about the borrow checker, just clone it. Because the compiler can optimize a lot of that stuff away. Yep. And you'll still write code that runs faster than pretty much any other language you're going to write anyway. Without the need for a garbage collector. Exactly. Make it work first, and then fix it. With any and TS. Yeah, I'd push back further on any. I would say use any when you're adapting a code base that's JavaScript that you want to turn into TypeScript. Yes, use any when you can. But eventually you should turn on the strict, like, no any allowed or whatever, right? No implicit any as well. Yeah, in TypeScript, I'd say avoid any at all costs. And learn how to maybe, like, grab types from other things rather than having to, like, write types yourself. So type of some bullshit, sure, go for it. Who cares? Type of, key of, whatever, right? That's really where like TypeScript gains a lot of value because you don't have to like explicitly type stuff. You just need to know where to grab like the type of from. Yeah. If you're adapting a legacy code base, any is your friend. Otherwise, if you're starting from scratch, you pretty much shouldn't use it. I say that as a like an app dev, as a tooling dev, right? As like a library dev, you might use any internally, but as long as your external types don't have any, then you're satisfying the contract as you need, and it's fine. What's up, Ethan? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You guys have a simulator in your office? So that's amazing. That is super cool. That's the one thing that they might be able to do to talk me back into going into an office if they got stuff like that. If I could just take a quick half-hour break and hit a bunch of golf balls and then get back to work, okay, then I'd do it. Instead, honestly, I only have to drive like 5 minutes max. It's more like a couple minutes to get to it. Sounds too loud for an office? Yeah, just constantly hearing like ting, ting, right? It'd almost be like an office space, like da 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 da. Stephanie speaking. Just a moment. Like that part, right? It would definitely feel like that. Just a moment. Yeah, end of the day where like everyone's involved anyway. Yeah. There you go. Just a moment. Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure. What do I think about enums in TypeScript? I think string enums are good. Number enums are bad. But also, you could represent a string enum with just string literals and a union, and probably also have basically the same developer experience without the extra overhead. Yeah, I would still say string union is probably the better option, right? Like create a type that's a union of string literals, and then you're good. Yeah, JavaScript doesn't do enums. And that's a big part of why you should probably avoid enums, because like Node.js and a bunch of the tools that just strip types, you can speed up your compile time by like 10x easily if you rely upon being able to strip your types rather than things that are TypeScript specific. So yeah, enums then force you into that problem. So instead, yeah, use types with string literals, and you're probably better off. Because being able to strip types means that you can just have Node.js run a TypeScript file without an actual like TS compilation step. It just strips the types, which is easily 10x faster. I think even faster than that, but you know. Let me get more music going. Yeah, exactly. So if, you know, in TypeScript, if you're doing, this is TypeScript, yep. Type or let's just say role, and it's equal to something like that. This can be just automatically stripped from the resulting JavaScript. Boom, problem solved, no big deal. But you still get like the strong typing of it where it's like const foo role equals blank. Well, yeah, that's an error because blank doesn't exist on roll. But as far as compiling goes, it can remove this part and call it good and remove this part and call it good way faster than if it had to resolve enums and stuff. And right, like TypeScript and all sorts of stuff will give you auto completion for that in a way where it just doesn't matter. If you really, really, really wanted to, you could create a type for each one of these strings. And then have a type that you autocomplete too, but I think that's a bit of overkill. So let me show a quick example after I mix this beverage. No, not yet. Not at all. I'm very much not an early adopter of anything. But yeah, if you wanted to do something like this, you could do type admin role equals admin, right? And then you could do this. Oop. Right? So then you could start creating types for that, and you're fine too. And then, bam, that works. So if you care about the readability, but you don't want to see like raw strings and you don't want to type raw strings, you can still just import and bring in these types as you need. I would say that there's still probably some good use cases for string enums, but they should be rare. But yes, number enums are the devil. Right? If you were to do something like enum roll, right, and it's admin, blah, 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 but instead, oop, right, if you did that, the problem is that this will evaluate to the number 0. But then if you add some other or something, whatever, right? Now admin has the number 1. And that could modify and change a whole bunch of shit you're doing in your code and how you've stored that value in your database and blah, blah, blah. This is why number enums in JavaScript are actually a problem. Because the way that they're just like implicitly numbers. Right? It means that you can never actually like change these things, otherwise you're going to run into issues. So it becomes just a refactoring nightmare. All right, so yeah, I think we've got our permissions thing set. We'll have to validate it and verify it, for sure. But now we need to actually just start going through and creating our open API definition stuff like this. But what I'm going to have to do first is I got to go pee, so I'll be right back. But that's the thing that we're going to be doing, right? We need to build it out for just all these endpoints. If we look at it, we've got at least 1, 2, 3, we'll say 3, 4, 5, 6 like controllers to add types to so that we can build our open API specs so we can actually start building the front end. So yeah, let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. Alrighty, so you want to hear something crazy? I got more engagement from our work Slack than I got from Twitter for that adorable AI taking jobs from the AI taking jobs from adorable puppies tweet. What the fuck, dude? Come on, Twitter. That's a banger tweet, all right? It is dead. It's garbage. I wish I could have posted it to Blue Sky. But 182 views? Like, dude, Twitter's fucking burying me. What an asshole. No, I tried to post it to Blue Sky and it failed because it couldn't process the video for some reason. I'll try again. I tried it through Buffer and I also tried it directly and both failed. So yeah, some Blue Sky bug. I don't know. Whatever. Sentry really doesn't pay dev advocates well. Holy shit. I just clicked the thing and saw that Sentry's hiring a senior developer relations advocate, which is a lot. Like, that's every keyword at that point. Right? Buzzword dev advocate bingo. But they're only paying 149 to 189 for a senior dev advocate role. That's not amazing. I feel like the floor for senior dev advocacy is at the 180 mark, you know? Like the floor. Like a good senior dev advocate should be getting like 220. So that's questionable. I mean, right? Am I wrong? Senior developer advocate. All right. Well, huh. I've definitely seen like others way higher than that. Yeah, here you go. Right? Like Google style. Right? You'd be getting a base of 170, but like, yeah, the stock makes it worth way more. Now, keep in mind, this is for software engineer. I had a mole removed. It ended up being benign, which is fine. But it's so itchy now. Like, it's so itchy. Yeah, the stock grants are how they get you, for sure. I'm not a big fan of bonuses because it gamifies it a bit too much. But honestly, the bonus helps too. Like, yeah, no, this seems nice. It's how they keep you there. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why it's such a larger percent of your salary as you get up there. Number one, because cash out the door is not a big deal. And number two, like stock is almost free to them. Not technically, but basically. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's how they keep you, which makes sense. Yeah, it's crazy to me that like Netflix just doesn't even really do the stock thing. Like, sure, you're allowed to buy stock and maybe at a discount, but the majority of Netflix is just straight compensation, you know, which I find interesting. It's a shame Netflix doesn't need developer advocates. All right, let's close some of this. Let's keep going. And yeah, I know I was complaining yesterday, but I'm still not really looking elsewhere, so meh. I take questions anytime. Yeah, it depends on the question though. Like, not all questions are considered equal. But what sort of projects would help you learn SQL and SQLite best for hireability? No, no, no. That's fine. That's an easy enough question. Like, yeah, don't worry about that. Um, I can't think of any like project ideas, but I guess instead become familiar with normalization and why normalization is important. Right? So like fully understanding this part would be useful. The best sub expertise you should learn in SQL? I don't know. Like, I would say understanding the need for normalization would be worthwhile. And then maybe reading the Dynamo white paper. So yes, I know it's a PDF, but this is a trustworthy company. But reading this and understanding that the DynamoDB white paper from Amazon inspired things like Redis and not necessarily Cassandra, MongoDB, and a bunch of other stuff, right? A lot of these tools were inspired by this DynamoDB white paper, and also around the same time, Cassandra was also like one of the inspirations for a lot of the NoSQL stuff that we've come to recognize as commonplace. This is a fascinating read. I do recommend it. Yes, how to make a query fast. Sure. Understanding, but like that comes down to normalization, basically, right, Musino? So understanding normalization and then why, and then understanding indexing becomes important. So the reason you normalize varchars out of a table is because varchars could be any size, whereas a char 64 is always 64 bytes. Or bits, or I think it's bytes. What that means is, as the database engine is creating the index, and it has to recreate the index every time you insert a row into that table, when it's creating the index, it has to go row by row. And this is also what happens when you do a query, but indexes make that a little easier. But still, like, even if you have indexes, varchars slow down the indexing process. And what it means is you go row by row, and we talked about this earlier, so sorry for everyone who's hearing it a second time. You go row by row, but you don't know where a row starts and ends in memory. So instead, the database engine has to look at, well, I'm starting at row 0, and I see X amount of fields. If I know the exact length of every field, I know exactly how long a row is, and I can just jump to that next row in memory. And so on and so forth as you go. But if there's a varchar, it still has to go through every field, but then when it sees the varchar, it sees what that length might be, but for that specific row, it then has to look and see how long that exact column is for that row. So there's like a double lookup there. And when you consider that you might have hundreds of thousands, millions of records, you're doing that like double lookup a million times or whatever, right? Which is what would slow down your database, and that's why we normalize. If your database is read heavy and like inserting rows is rare, it's not that big of a deal. But if you are a write heavy database, then re-indexing will actually chew up most of your like CPU time. Linearly, yes. Let's look at it this way. You don't need to know how the database engine is doing this, but you just need to know that double lookup, right? Like it sees a varchar, it knows the max length of that varchar, but it doesn't know the exact length of that varchar. So then it has to actually check the exact length. Whether it parallelizes that stuff or not doesn't matter to you. That's an abstraction, like that's an implementation detail. You don't have to care. But the fact that it has to do that double lookup for every varchar row, or every varchar column, I should say, meaning if you have multiple varchars, you're adding extra like stuff there too. And that really slows down the indexing process at the bare minimum, or the query process if you don't have good indexes. So that was just like a quick and dirty explanation of it. Some of it may be slightly different depending on the database system, like whether it can be in parallel or whether it's linear, whatever. But any good database system is going to cache as much as it can in memory and then basically do that same like jump to the next row process. Now, it won't have everything in memory because your database might be might be a terabyte or whatever. And you're not going to have a terabyte of RAM. So then you're dealing with how the database system is like going to disk to grab that stuff to put it into RAM. And then that slows shit down even more. it's fine. I love talking about this. I really appreciate the fact that my mom did database optimization for Microsoft for years. So I really benefited from being able to just like rubber duck and ask some of these things. And yeah, like her biggest takeaway is she used to optimize database queries that would run for days down to an order of hours, like less than a day. Like, you know, consider 48 hours or 24 hours to run a query versus 8 hours to run a query. There is a massive business value to that. So yeah, like her biggest takeaway was not doing subqueries and doing joins instead. A subquery is basically a black box to the query optimizer. So if you have a subquery, it can optimize the things around it, but then it does an optimization for only what's in the subquery, and it can't join those two, like never the twain shall meet. Whereas if you have a join, it can create an optimized path or optimized strategy or whatever they want to call it for the entire query. So yeah, for the most part, there are definitely edge cases where a subquery could be faster, but it's rare. In general, joins will be faster. And I would avoid SQLite in general, just because SQLite has like caveats that make it, like, sure, it's the most used database in the world, but there are things it does with data that are not standard practice, like not common with any other database system, or at least not many database systems. So in SQLite, there's no such thing as a Boolean field. You have to use 0 and 1, and it's a number field. That's kind of gross. There's no such thing as a char in SQLite. Everything's a varchar. So yeah, I would avoid SQLite because it may be useful for certain things, but it's not useful for data at scale. SQLite is useful for like local data or embedded data, things like that. Keep in mind though that Terso and what's the database thing from Cloudflare? Those are both like SQLite. I don't know if Cloudflare's is actually SQLite. I'm pretty sure it is, but it still has the same constraints. D1, that's the name of it. There you go. I was going to say D2 for some reason. But yeah, Cloudflare's D1 has the same, and it is SQLite under the hood? Okay. I wasn't going to guarantee that because I don't know if it matters that much. But yes, SQLite is really just not great for data at scale. It's great for local and embedded data. Terso, making it work, doesn't make it good. So yes, I would concentrate on learning proper, like, you know, whatever SQL, right? Like MySQL, Postgres, some other flavor, Maria, I guess, right? Anything that's like, even Microsoft SQL, sure. They're all going to have their own like specific things they do and data types they allow and all that stuff. Learning how to switch between them is going to be valuable, but they are so fundamentally different from SQLite that I would consider SQLite like a side quest. So yeah, anyway, that was a great question, and I'm sure that other people benefited from it. What about Terso's SQLite fork? I know nothing about it. I know it's cool, and Terso and Glaber Costa, like, they're awesome. They're cool. I've used Terso for one thing, and they turn the database off every 3 months anyway, so I gotta like keep restarting it and all that shit. I have respect for Glaber Costa and Terso. I have less respect for SQLite as your main data store. I think SQLite makes a lot of sense when you embed it within the browser. And then embedded within the browser, like via Wasm, it really makes a lot of sense as like a sync engine, you know? No more cold start. Yeah, I get it, but because of that, they will still put your database to sleep or whatever. Or like they'll turn it off. Because yeah, they got bills to pay. If they can lower those bills by turning off stuff that people aren't using, they're going to do it. And they do it based upon like have they seen a request in the past like X amount of time, which makes sense. Like if your service isn't getting users, they might as well just turn off the database, right? If no one's used it, why do anything with it? But again, I have huge respect for Glauber Costa, or I think it's Costa, and all that. It's just the caveats to SQLite turn me off to it, such as no such thing as a char, everything's a varchar, such as no such thing as a boolean, it's just 0 and 1. That's a bit gross. A good ORM can abstract that stuff out for you, but you can't optimize around the lack of a varchar. Or the lack of a char, I should say. So maybe their fork will add proper chars, and then cool, man. Yeah, no. I got way more faith in their thing. But until then, I consider it a no-go. But real quick, let me go pour some more water. I'm out of water, and I want to pour another beverage for sure. And we'll continue doing our stuff. But really good questions. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, Amir. Appreciate that. I'll be right back, and we'll work on our stuff. So, and man, it's just so warm here in Washington right now. Even if it is raining, it's just, I don't know, man. Bums me out. I want more snowboarding. Oh, and I grabbed some food for tonight that I haven't had in ages. I grabbed some sushi from the grocery store nearby. Yeah, I haven't had sushi from the grocery store for a while. But yeah, they've got like a little like a pop-up thing where it's like a third party that makes it but sells it out of like a little like kiosk or whatever. It's not bad. It's a little like thin. Whereas like, yeah, better sushi tends to be a bit thicker. But yeah, so I got sushi tonight. I'll probably cook some dumplings too. But yeah, it'll be good. So let's look at this, right? List keywords response. Org ID is something we need. I've never had all-you-can-eat sushi, and it sounds a bit dangerous. Hold on. Hold on. It's a YouTube video, right? Let me find this. Is it Real American Heroes? Real American Hero. Damn it. Why is this so hard to find? Anyone remember those commercials from back in the day? Oh, it's Real Men of Genius. I thought it was Real American Hero. Okay, so hold on. Real Men of Genius. Oh, wait, hold on. Was it the Esurance ad? All right, so that was that one. Hold on. The Real Men of Genius stuff. Let's do just the Real Men of Genius commercials because they're just so good. The singer in the background's the best. Look at you. I'm gonna paste it. I don't think so. I'm gonna paste it for YouTube because you guys deserve to hear this too. I don't think it's on straight. And yeah, sorry, GSS. I just realized I don't have the right chat popped out. for YouTube, so I totally missed that. Oh, looking good. These commercials. I remember when these first aired. They're just so good. And I swear there was another one that was like Real American Hero that was like an insurance company or something. Be a doctor. These are Budweiser. These were Bud Light commercials back in the day. You're a star. Dude, I love these commercials so much. Ah, just so good. This was a golden age. Oh yeah, no, the golden age of like beer commercials was actually like the late 90s, early 2000s, for sure. Like 100%. Right? Like even the Simpsons made a joke about like the Budweiser frogs and then like Coors. Right? Like yeah, like that was the golden age. There were some good 80s ones. So, right, related to that, there was a Rainier beer commercial that was really good. It was a motorcycle that you see like coming down the highway, and it's like Rainier beer. And then there was a chorus commercial that had that motorcycle getting hit by a truck. Right? So Rainier chorus. Like it was good. So yeah, The Simpsons totally like borrowed that idea and made a better version. Rainier beer. Like, dude, just so good. Like genius. Tick tick tick. Take one breath away. Oh, sweet mercy. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Whoo! All right. Yeah, Bud Light's basically just water. Yeah, yeah. Bud Light's just water. God, those commercials are just so fucking good. All right, back to some music. I was way too distracted by those amazing commercials. Hold on, I'm gonna paste this link for YouTube as well. Yeah, ideas. No, hold on. Wait. Yeah, we do that part. All right, let's close a bunch of this stuff. Oh no, it's fine. Winter Stasis. Yeah, if you just do exclamation point song, you'll get the link. We got that command, man. I'll do it for you, just in case. Yeah, Cosmo Sheldrake. Yep. Which, it's gotta be a made up name, right? Or this dude has the coolest fucking parents ever. Right? Like, watch his name, like, really be like Tim Smith or some bullshit, right? But no, he does his own beats, and these beats are amazing. I'd love to see this dude in person. He tends to just do. Europe, but he's doing a show at the Crocodile here in the U.S. here in Washington. Oh shit! I am definitely going to that show. He's gonna be in Portland as well. Hold on, wait. When is Chain React Conference 2025? Have they not scheduled yet? Yeah, I'm glad he's touring. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. All right, they haven't announced, but dude, July 20th in Portland, if they hold it around the same time, I get to go see Cosmo Sheldrake. If I'm just down there anyway, I could see him twice. Shit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get a ticket to the Crocodile and to see this dude. Absolutely. Bedtime Bear, if you want to go, I'm down. I don't know if you like this stuff. If not, no worries. But yeah, the Crocodile is like such a good small venue that I am absolutely going to check it out for sure. Tickets are on sale right now, too. Sick. Yeah, I'll definitely go see a Cosmo Sheldrake show. No shit. Okay, so hold on. I just realized I almost forgot. ATProto conference. So yeah, this shit's tomorrow or whatever. Yeah, tomorrow and Sunday. How much is a ticket? Wait, am I not able to get an in-person ticket? Ugh, I didn't do any lemonade mix. Well, shit. They don't have any, like, non-early bird tickets? I guess I won't be able to go see it. Shit. Well, I'm a little bummed on that, but yeah, whatever. You hate the UFC? I mean, this isn't the UFC, so yeah, like I mean, I'm just gonna say like $10 to live stream it, like fuck it, why not? So you can actually register and pay and make it 0 if you want. You can totally do that. And I would recommend it. Like, yeah, so hold on. Let's go back. Hold on. Let me get the Luma link. Yeah, if you want to watch the ATProto thing from home, it's totally free. $10 is encouraged, but you don't have to. Shit. Yeah, so I totally missed out on buying a ticket. I'm so surprised they don't have just like a higher price ticket. I'd pay $200 if they wanted, just to support them. They won't even let me do that. Now I could pay for the live stream, but I also want to go hang out and party. So that's a bummer. So I do need to message Zayu because I believe Zayu is presenting, which is fucking awesome. Like, dude, that's so fucking cool. Yeah, I should promote that right now. Buffer. And I'm gonna definitely promote it to fucking Twitter, because why not, man? Fuck it. No, let's do that part real quick. And yeah, I mean, retry now? Sure. I doubt that'll work. Oh, wait, did it work? Did it finally post? Ah, cool. God, if I could type. If only I could type. Shit, I should have promoted it like a few days early. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't get accepted for a talk. Technically, I don't have a product ready to shout out and do it, but honestly, I think what we're building is good enough and we should be able to launch this and charge people what, $5 a month? It's just $5 per keyword. Yeah, we can totally do that. That'll be the move. So yeah, I really like this product we're building and we're going to keep doing it even though they didn't accept me. How dare they? No, it's fine. I'm just more bummed that I can't buy a ticket and go show up and support Zayu for her talk. But I do get a chance to maybe go ahead and hang out after the fact. So we'll figure that out. That's fine. So wait, what's the about? And yeah, let me message Zayu real quick. I bet they already like flew in and all that stuff. Yeah. I'm talking about the conference. Yep, for sure. And Roselle Scarlet is so cool. She already reposted the tweet. Like, man, yeah. I love the dev advocate community. It's just so cool. Like a lot of people just wanting to support each other. That's awesome. Like that's just really cool. I almost want to like reach out and ask if I can live stream it. Like we can just have it in the corner and that'll be the audio we hear? I don't know who I'd reach out to for that. Right, to get permission. Yeah, I got to figure that out for sure. Because it'd be just really cool if we could live stream it like while we're going and like we just listen along and do our thing. Dude, yeah, thanks everyone supporting it and the post and all that stuff. You guys are the best. Honestly, God. I don't know what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming and hanging out with y'all. And I don't know. Yeah, it'd be so weird. What would life even be? I don't know, man. All right, so this is totally wrong. All right, so get all keywords for an org. It's an array of ATProto, Elixir web, schemas, keyword. I think that's actually not correct. Yeah, that part's wrong. Wait, is that trash dev in the background of the vibe coding stream? Is that trash dev live? He looks too jacked to be trash dev. That's got to be someone else. Anyone else like watching like the Prime vibe coding thing on the side? I see the backwards hat and glasses. That's got to be trash dev, right? Nobody else does that. But damn, can we recognize that BeginBot's fucking loaded, dude. He's got that beachfront property in fucking LA. Oh my god. Damn, he sold those fucking those like ape and like NFTs at the peak, didn't he? Like what a fucking baller. What a genius, dude. What a fucking genius. Sorry, someone over on Prime's channel said VA is the worst. My reply was VD is worse. VD is way worse. Hold on. Anyway, the stream crossovers are too much. Yeah, I mean, no. Like, I wasn't lurking most of the day, but I was there when they were starting, and I'm still like a little perturbed that they didn't acknowledge my 69-month sub. I'm still bummed my 69-month sub wasn't actually acknowledged earlier. Right? Like, I know they were mainly putting people on the board for like gifting subs, but holy shit, dude. Like, 69-month deserves to be there. All right? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. All right, there we go. That worked. That worked. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the ATProto conference thing is getting boosted. Nice. Nice. Shit. Now, like, I'm getting called out over in their chat. Yeah, shit. Yeah, Cosmo is amazing. Like, dude, this album's so good. We're only 5 songs into this album. It's just still just so good. I am definitely going to go see this guy live. At one of the better venues in Seattle, too. Right? There's the Showbox, there's the Crocodile, and there's Numos. And all of them are amazing venues. They're really good. There's Showbox Soto. That one sucks. And then anything bigger than that sucks too. Like the Paramount's a nice thing. Sure, that's the one where like Eddie Vedder was hanging from the rafters or whatever bullshit. Where he was like scaling the side of the thing or any of that. Oh shit. Hold on, I need to do a heart. Shit, is there not a heart emoji? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Let's keep doing what we're doing. Damn, they shouted me out. That's super cool of them. Oh, dude. And they shouted out my banger music right now. Yeah, totally happening, man. Yeah, I was lurking them earlier when they started stream. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to lurk until now. I love the fact, like, this is super cool to see them all together. Am I feeling some FOMO? Yeah, sure, but also, like, I shouldn't. All right, so yeah, let's continue to look at what we need to do schema-wise here. Nah, yeah, I really appreciate that shout out. That was super cool of them. I was not expecting that. I just wanted to get my name on the board for the 69-month sub, because that's magic. But next month I can do it, and it'll be 69 in a row. So that'll count. I think that's fine. I don't know why I didn't have all of them in a row. Like, you know, my 69th month subbing to Prime should have been the 69th in a row. I must have missed one, like, early. That's my bad. That's obviously why he didn't acknowledge it, right? Oh, definitely not. No, he just missed it. His chat moves so fast. But let's continue this. Like, list keywords response. Keyword response for a create. Yeah, that works. Honestly, that's still just keyword response. The update should also just be keyword response. The delete, ooh, no. Delete doesn't have a response. Nah, we get rid of that. That's gone. Gone. I don't even know nobody named Old James. Gone. So yeah, let's just double check that. Yeah, our permissions are there. Permissions look fine. So as we get into like the pattern of establishing permissions and our schema stuff for this, yeah, like this is garbage. That's totally wrong. A keyword? We don't have to like it, but I think it's fine. All right, so we've got those defined, but we don't have any of the request stuff defined. So now let's go back from the top, right? This is a getter. Not a problem. Create is a post. Request body is then something like that. Let me double check that part. So we have it defined here. Ah, and we define it on properties. No, that's a response. Shit. What's the request? We call it params for the stuff that we end up getting. And then it's still on properties. And type is still object. So I still like this idea of grabbing that. And we do some stuff. Yeah, I just made a comment over in Prime's chat. He's drawing on the whiteboard, and I saw CG, and I said, I see CG, ship it. Nightshade gave like the Thor fake mustache vibe, like emote. Primogen sus, yeah, totally. Love the fact that Prime has like the Windows fucking like sweater going. That's amazing. Hold up though. Big problem, it's not a hoodie. That's sus already. Nah, that shit's sus. What the fuck, man? Prime not wearing a hoodie? I guess you can't mask the fucking mullet. I get it, but the hoodie doesn't have, like, the hood doesn't have to be up. Shenanigans? Shenanigans. We're gonna skip this song. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we got it. We got it. It's fine. But let's keep going and let's do our thing. Yeah, the verify response is not something we care about. So as we get back here, the request stuff is something we do care about. Not there, but for create. We call it params. Yeah. And I might have copied it. I might have messed that part up. But let's grab it again. I think this is something I'm going to want to do as like a pattern. Do I just want to put responses before, or sorry, requests before responses, right? And we'll call it params. Like, I'm okay with that part. And that definitely was fucking trash dev. That's awesome. Ah, that's so cool. And that's my Madison Kana, whatever, also there. Like, that's huge. That's super cool. No, that's actually even cooler. Man, they got such a good crowd. Weird. Twitter seems to be burying my shout out for the ATProto conference. Weird. Who would have guessed that? That's so strange. It's like some fragile human being is running that company or something. As a fragile human being, we can smell our own. Right? He might be a fragile human being, but Elon is not a real human being. And that's just a thing, you know? He is not a real human being. He's barely a human being. A real hero and a real human being is not Elon. Yeah, we chillin'. I have no gaming to do tonight. Disappointed you are? Why? Because Elon sucks? Or are you actually like an Elon fan and you're bummed that I'm not one? Both things are acceptable because I like you, Winter Stasis. But yeah, some random troll that has never chatted and doesn't follow the channel? Nah. Yeah, no. I would consider them a troll. But if you like Elon, then that's fine. He should have just stayed a businessman. Instead, he's trying to be a fucking stooge. I don't know how to phrase it. Like, yeah, fuck that shit. So what is Elixir? Elixir is a syntax extension on top of Erlang. Erlang is a language that is built around the idea of message passing at the core of the language. You can do message passing with other languages, but Erlang and OTP is actually like focused specifically on message passing. For like OTP itself stands for Open Telephony Protocol. So when you consider like telephony or like dialing a phone number in Europe, Erlang is the thing that does that. Whereas here in the US, a major portion of that is actually just COBOL. So here in the US, COBOL has been our thing, but Erlang is a more robust system for things like telephony. But telephony here in the US, at least the last time I was aware of it, last time my parents talked about it and worked on it, telephony here in the US is COBOL. When you dial a phone number, it goes through COBOL systems, basically. When you dial a phone number in EU, like in Europe, it goes through Erlang systems. I would doubt Elixir is actually a system any of those things use, because Elixir is way newer than that. No, Erlang with an E. Sorry. Yeah. No, you're good, right? Erlang is the language, right? Yeah, no worries, right? Again, I didn't spell it out. So yeah, it could be an E, could be a U, just based on pronunciation. But Erlang, the language, and OTP, the Open Telephony Protocol, are fundamentally tied together. But they give you major, like, value when it comes to scalability because everything is message passing. And everything is a process, which means when you're passing a message to a process, it doesn't matter where that process lives. It could be on the same server you're on, or it could be on a server across the world, and it doesn't matter because you're just passing a message between them, which means the entire thing creates this like giant mesh. And to create a mesh like that with something like Kubernetes requires really like expert DevOps people, whereas Erlang does that shit for you. So there's a lot of value to something like Erlang for abstracting out the DevOpsy like part of running a service that is massively distributable. I'm not going to say that you should use Erlang and Elixir because, again, the community is smaller. We've been looking up libraries, and a bunch of the libraries we've considered haven't been touched in like 5+ years. That's a fucking problem. But also for what I'm building, where I'm trying to listen to the blue sky firehose, and I'm trying to fan out to various processes, Erlang is the absolute best choice for a problem like that. Like, Erlang and Elixir are the absolute best choice for a problem like that. So, at the end of the day, I'm not a fanboy for anything. I'm actually like an anti-fan in general, because I don't like picking things simply based upon how much I like it. I want it to solve the problem I'm trying to solve. And there are certain cases where a language or a framework or a tool lend themselves towards solving that problem more so than other things. And I think what I'm trying to do right now with this like firehose listener, I think Erlang is the absolute best choice for that. To do so with another language, with another framework, with whatever, would be way more effort. Whereas what I'm trying to do is just fan shit out to whatever nodes exist, and I don't care where they live. I can do globally distributed nodes of my mesh network for the Elixir Erlang stuff, and it doesn't fucking matter. Right? There's huge value to that. Keep in mind, Cloudflare could be good, but dude, Cloudflare listening to the firehose from fucking Blue Sky, it could do it, and it's all inbound data, and they wouldn't charge me for it, but they wouldn't be happy about it. So Jens, hold on. What we're dealing with is the resurgence of, like, there's the difference between thin clients and thick clients. I believe the pendulum is swinging back to thick clients. And then your server doesn't care about the client, and it's just serving the data from the mesh network that it needs to solve. So I believe we're like back at the thick client era. Whereas if you consider most like monolith style like Rails applications, those are thin clients where the server is doing all of the heavy lifting. I think thick clients are just better because you can distribute that load to the client, and then the server just has to like serve up data. When you consider a mainframe, like you as a dev to the mainframe, you're actually still on a thin client towards the thing the mainframe is like giving you. So mainframes were actually like thin client, thick server, versus the modern day where I think it's like thin server, thick client. I mean, thin versus thick, I don't think those things are actually that important. But hold on. Delivering the load. All right. Yeah. They were actually just talking about the word load. That wording is hilarious. Thick client and delivering the load. Whatever. Spreading the load. Hey-o. Right? Like, I get it. The wording is hilarious because most, like, programmers and computer science people are actually, like, infants or, like, teenagers when it comes to their sense of humor. Just look at someone describing what a monad is. Almost guaranteed they're going to make a gonad reference. Sure, whatever. Yeah, exactly, right? It's fine, it's okay. We don't have to like become childish about it, but you're allowed to laugh at it. Come on. But also, like, we can rise above. Prime definitely would not, because that's, like, the theme of his stream. And that's okay, because that's his vibe. And you can find it funny. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, we can just recognize, like, we can laugh at it, but we have to move on at some point, right? We have to get past the memes and the jokes. I get it. Real quick, though, I do have to go pee, and we'll keep doing our thing. But yes, thin client versus thick client is actually the number one thing you have to think about when it comes to distributed computing in general. There might be new languages, there might be new like frameworks, there might be new patterns, but at the end of the day, you're still breaking it down to the difference between thin and thick clients. Is your client responsible for rendering, or is your server responsible for rendering? That's up to you, and that's an architectural decision you make. in general, I think thick clients have a lot of value because you're just shipping static assets versus having to render everything at your like API layer. I refuse to render templates at my API layer. It's just something I won't do. I refuse. You can't make me. But BRB, I gotta pee. All right. So, yeah, like, no big deal. Dude, honestly, like, man, BeginBot and his, like, view of the ocean is fucking amazing, man. Like, that is just so cool. God, I love this song. Ooh, this one's really good. Ooh, and the rest of it is just like the instrumentals. So yeah, like, ooh, we got a really good album coming up. Damn, hold up. Can I just point out how much I love this logo? That's such a cool fucking logo. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Only thing I'd do is I'd make the F part like just like a little shorter. But oh my god, that's such an amazing logo. The Erlang Ecosystem Foundation, that logo's amazing. Like, dude, who'd they pay for that? Like, some designer's just like sitting there, chuffed, knowing he made the best logo I've ever fucking seen. Like, that one's just so good. It's so simple, but like, you get it, you know? You might not get it if you saw it, but oh my god, once you know what it stands for, that is such a like a perfect logo. Oh my god, Erlang, good job. Good job. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Hold on one second. Let me just do one thing. Hold on, sorry. Hold on, I got a response. I got a thing. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There we go. Accountants hate this one trick. Yeah, no, I'm lurking. I think what they're doing is really cool, and maybe you didn't see it, and maybe they didn't shout it out, but I'm okay with it. I had my 69-month sub to Prime this morning. So yeah, I'm a big fan. Like, yeah. Yeah, Prime's the man. He's a good dude. I like the dude more than the character he plays sometimes. I don't think he was playing that character today, which is cool. I think he was just being him, which is just better, you know? I like him. The character, meh. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm partnered, but, you know, barely. I just got it like a couple years ago, and they decided to give it to me for some random reason. Like, because I was hitting, like, better numbers back then. I get it. Anytime I'm streaming against Prime, my numbers are going to be lower. Obviously. The entire category is like, why are my numbers down for some reason? But we know. We can see. Come on. But yeah, no worries, Loki. How you doing? It is really a niche category. Absolutely. And I'm okay with it. I got my friends here, the people that matter. The people that are over there, well, fuck it, you know? I get it. They're not the real fans. And I'm doing that with the biggest, like, it's a double wink. Double wink. I'm kidding. You gotta make a choice, and that's fine. If I'm the second choice, it's okay. Honestly, like, no, like, Prime and that whole thing is really good. I don't mind if you're over there. Like, I don't care. Let me just point out, like, I made some comments there, and a bunch of people were like, hey, you see him ribbing. Like, nah, man, I get it. I'm part of the cool crowd, even though I'm not down there and no one invited me. I wouldn't have been able to make it anyway, because we're doing a bunch of shit, like, at work anyway. So if you use Get Kraken or Get Lens in any significant way, we've got some major shit coming in the next week. If not, fuck it. I don't care. It's fine. No big deal. But yes, I need to be here home anyway. Like, not that I was invited, so it's fine. But I need to be here helping with the launch. But yeah, thank you. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of Elixir. We just built out our own... I work at Get Kraken as their developer advocate. I'm like the only developer advocate, but I'm on the product marketing team. And the rest of my team is really good at what they fucking do, but they're not software developers in general, you know? Whereas I've been a software dev, I've worked as a front-end engineer for 10 plus years. I've got some expertise that my opinion still matters. So yeah, Get Lens is a Get Kraken product. So if you use Get Lens in VS Code, hey, we got you already. Shit. You're probably just really annoyed by like the, hey, subscribe type messages, right? I have no control over that. If it was up to me, you'd never see a fucking prompt to make you subscribe and pay us money. Because honestly, if we deliver value, you want to do it anyway. But that's not my choice to make. And hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Not just here, but also on the platform that shall not be named. We can name it. Thank you for the follow on Twitter too. But yeah, what we're doing right now with Elixir is we are establishing a bunch of our open API specification stuff. We just recently launched or created our permission check stuff. And no, I'm a collector. This is the archive, right? I'm like Benicio del Toro in the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy movies, right? He's the collector. I'm the collector. Oh, you want a vintage tab? Yeah, I got vintage tabs, no problem. But yeah, something I'm really proud of is we created some permission stuff where, at our endpoint level, we can actually validate permissions checks based upon the endpoint that's passed. And it looks something like this, but the auth controller is actually incorrect because we just did it to prove out the idea. So yeah, as we implement other endpoints, which I'm taking my sweet ass time on, we got stuff to do. But yeah, we're hanging out on a fun Friday night. What am I drinking? It's whiskey lemonade. We are almost halfway through a Four Roses bottle, so that's not ideal. All right. Anyway, yeah, I actually have a skill where I can lurk and watch a stream while I'm streaming. Superpower. It's just a really mundane superpower. I can also drink whiskey at the same time too. So yeah, multitasking. I was basically built for Elixir at this point. Just saying. I was basically built for Elixir. What I'm actually most surprised about is the fact that Atom.dev is not there with them. Like, I could actually be bummed on not being included, but Adam.dev is feeling that even worse, you know? But also, I'm not part of their stream team or any of that shit, so it's fine. No, I get it. I get it. I get it. It's fine. But I'm just so surprised that Adam.dev isn't there. Wait, did he literally get fired from Terminal? I swear that's a fucking meme. I swear that's just a joke. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, no, that's absolutely a fucking joke. Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised Adam's not here right now because I'm doing Elixir. Like, dude, that's his bread and butter. That's how he made enough money where he doesn't have to work a job ever again because he made some Elixir shit that he sold to some company and now he's done for life and he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Like jiu-jitsu. And posing in front of mirrors. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. He can do whatever he wants, right? He can thirst trap anyone he wants. Sure, that's yeah. He is one of the most sincere people, right? Regardless of looks, because I don't like getting superficial about it. He is so fucking sincere. He's just such a nice dude. Like, yeah, his sincerity is something that attractive people should aim for. I don't give a shit what he looks like. He's just that dude. He's just that cool. I value sincerity. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yeah. Let's look at some of this. So login params, right? Kenny logins params. Let's actually look at the keyword here and... Ooh, buddy. Yeah. So verify params is wrong. I want to set up a service in which people pay $5 a month at like a cap of how many messages that get sent to listen to the firehose for the keywords for their brand. I know there are things like that for other things, and maybe there's even one like that for fucking Blue Sky, but I don't care. I want to build it because technically what I'm building for sipping from the firehose is actually a way to like prove out the business case for another thing I'm building, which is quota and balance management as a service. So, yes, I know Y Combinator has funded a thing called Use Autumn. I simply want to point out that I think Use Autumn is focused too much on Stripe, and they could pivot eventually, but if I can get other users, Steam, iOS, etc., without having to deal with the Stripe thing, and it's just about focusing on that, dude, I think I could eat their lunch. You know? Right? I can drink their milkshake. I drink it up. So yes, their focus on Stripe only is actually a problem in my opinion. And if I launch well enough and I get enough users and blah, 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 I can just fucking buy them. Or they could buy me. Fuck it. But I think, yeah, what I'm building is focused on the same like problem domain, but they are too focused on tying to a specific payment provider, whereas I can have a greater like total addressable market by not doing that. Like, if you want to release a game that manages balances of virtual currency, how do you want to manage that? Game developers are not web developers. So instead, I can serve that market. Boom, problem solved. There are AI providers, like AI wrappers, that make stuff. They might not be using Stripe. They might be using Paddle, or who gives a shit? They might be using fucking iOS. I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit because I can help them manage the balance thing at scale, and they don't have to worry about that part for scaling what they need to do. So again, it's a fuzzy thing. I'm concentrating on the bare minimum, and then eventually, once I do what I needed, I can figure out what users need too, but I'm my main user because I need to establish billing and quotas in a way that I don't want to pay someone else to do that. Yeah. But I also don't want to build it from scratch every time. I honestly consider the fact that as Theo does his like indie hacker arc, I might have a thing that solves some problems for him too. I don't know for sure. Like, honestly, if I can like launch some shit up and make it work, what these guys are doing on the Primogen stream could actually lend itself towards just using some provider for balance and whatever management. Like, I don't think we're there. I think they're going to finish or do the thing they're doing way before I'm ready, but it's still along the same lines, and I think there's value for that. Every single wrapper around ChatGPT needs to have some kind of like quota and balance like going, you know? So yes, I didn't have this ready for Theo, but he's going to make other shit. I think I could build something he'd be stoked on. Is it worth it for him? Maybe not. Maybe Lightspeed. Yeah. You might be right. Yeah, I haven't been watching any of like the main shit. I just want to point out vibe coding in general is actually predicated on your ability to prompt things, and software devs who've had a career doing this for 10 plus years are actually not the best case for understanding how to write the best prompts. They'll figure it out eventually because I got faith in them, but At the end of the day, I just need to build a product that serves a value, and we can make it happen. And I believe that I have a greater total addressable market, a greater TAM, than Autumn. At least until they pivot to do other shit, because they got VC funding and they can totally do it. So at that point, I don't know, if I can get customers, they might just buy me out. Fuck it, why not? But again, we're not there yet. I got to do other shit. And I need to release and test what I'm building against an actual product to make sure that I'm solving problems for other products, right? So this is it. Like, I need to dog food what I'm building because I don't have VC funding. Should I seek it eventually? Maybe. I don't know, man. I'd rather prove out the idea first. So whether this Blue Sky listener tool for $5 a month has value, meh. It has value to me because I'm proving out another business I'm building. But yeah, what up, Filter? How you doing? And yeah, we're at 8 p.m. already. I could keep going, but I do need to maybe get food in my belly before I consume too much more whiskey. But I got sushi in the fridge. So let's do this. We're gonna keep building, and yeah, here on keyword controller, verify params is wrong. So this ends up being create keyword params. Let's just say keyword params and call it good. Now it's going to be create keyword params. But yeah, no, let me go grab this sushi. Honestly, I'm so hungry. Yeah. But I don't want to end stream right now because why the fuck? Like, you know, we're chilling. We got a good crowd. We're hanging out. I got shit I need to do. We'll keep working on it tomorrow because why not? But I got sushi in the fridge that I grabbed from the grocery store nearby. And yeah, we can just do that. BRB. BRB. All right, sushi is here. Ooh, buddy. I got the throwaway stuff there. I got some soy sauce. And yeah. Right? Like, yeah, the grocery store nearby is good. I'm not a fan of the fact that everything includes the ginger and the fake fucking wasabi. Luckily, the wasabi hasn't been touched. Because I don't like wasabi. All right, so hold on. Noise, yeah, seems like it. No, it's gonna be some good fucking sushi. It's a good spot nearby. The fish is a little thin. Like a better sushi place would have thicker fish, like slices. But you know what? It's fine. Oh, god damn it. You, a game dev. We are working on the schemas for our API spec because I just want to generate an API like SDK and not have to worry about something like TRPC or whatever. Like, I'll just build the SDK and make my request to the API with that. The part we did and finished earlier relates to how we do permissions for users, and we built some like ad hoc, not invented here syndrome style permission stuff. I am normally anti not invented here syndrome, but all of the other permission stuff was just way too complicated, you know? Damn it. I actually hate wasabi. Like, I've never had proper wasabi. I hate horseradish. And I just slammed this into some horseradish. All right, we're good. Didn't get too much on it. It's all right sushi. It's not the best sushi ever, but it's all right. So there was some sashimi, but this is basically a rainbow roll. And a rainbow roll is a California roll with like sashimi strips on top. But I needed food in my belly before I continue down this road. What's up? 1 second there, Weather Boxer. We're building sushi. I just got one more piece to eat, and then we're back. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Damn, I haven't had sushi in like months. That was good. So you've been looking for a bit, but you passed, but then you finally found one? Fuck yeah, Ethan. Like, yeah, no, I get it. So what we're building in Elixir is a listener to the the ATProto firehose. And we want to notify people when they get mentioned or when a keyword is mentioned. Woo-wee. Oh, man. Dude, that sushi was super good. Super good. Oh my god. Yeah. God, I love sushi. I might be getting some on Monday. Might not be. Guess someone might have gotten sick. So then I'll have to push it off, but I'm not worried. But yeah, let's keep going with what we're doing. damn, that sushi was super good. Hoo-wee. All right, so create keyword params. Creating a keyword. Yeah, code ain't it. Email address just ain't it. But all right. Yeah, Cosmo Sheldrake, super good. Let's listen to another thing he made. Oh, it's another album. Oh shit. Dude, Cosmo Sheldrake, super good. But we should look at schemas for something like keyword. So it's just the value and the org ID. Org ID comes from the URL, so it's just value. Format goes away because it's just a string. The params needed to complete. No, that's totally wrong. The params for a new or for a keyword. A new keyword. Sure. Just create keyword params. Okay. Example. Nope. That goes away. And then here, boo. And we'll call this value. So yeah, what we're doing is we're going through and creating all of the API specification like data, because that's how we end up eventually generating an open API spec client that we can call from the front end. We don't have to worry too much about it, but I don't want to create that shit from scratch every time, and we're not using TRPC. Because TRPC doesn't have an Elixir implementation, right? That could be a thing, but it doesn't yet. All right, so create keyword params. I believe this same spec will also end up being like update keyword params, maybe? Hold on, what's the order in which these things get listed? Index should be first. And then there is create, and then show, and then update. All right, so list should be first. Oh wait, shit. No. Yeah, my bad. Requests go before responses. No, I'm not using live view. I am fundamentally against things like live view. So live view, hotwire, and livewire are actually anti-patterns in my opinion. I am like fundamentally against those things at a core level. So yeah, no, never. I would never use those things. I don't want my API spending any cycles rendering templates. And that's garbage. Nah, man. I'll just build a fucking React front end for it. Because I don't need SEO. I don't need server-side rendering. I don't need any of that shit that Vercel's trying to sell you. Vercel, more like upsell. I don't need Vercel and the shit they're trying to sell us for any of what I'm doing. It can just be static assets. For the marketing site, for the dashboard, for any of that, I don't need server-side rendering, even though they are incentivized to tell you you need it for everything. Because why would I need server-side rendering? Like, what benefit do I get? Why would I spend cycles rendering templates from the server when I can just ship static assets and let the client do that instead? For a thing that's gated by login anyway? Like, why would I do that? Vercel is incentivized to tell you you need it for everything. You don't. Vercel is trash? I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say Vercel serves a very valuable, like, thing, but hold on. Sorry. Fly.io is pretty sick. Sure, Fly.io is fine, and let me just make sure, right? Regulars, add, weather. Like, no, I get it. Yeah, Fly.io is fine. I'm going to be hosting my API with Fly.io, but why would I waste CPU cycles on my server for a thing that doesn't need server-side rendering, like, whatsoever? You don't need it. If you're rendering something that's behind a fucking login gate, just client-side render that shit and move on with your day. And then it's just static assets. No, so I get that, Weatherboxer, but you're missing the point. If you need server-side rendering, Vercel's a fine tool for that. Netlify is a fine tool for that. Like, whatever. Server-side rendering of your front end is an edge case. I don't like the fact that their marketing is trying to convince us that it's the common case, because it isn't. It just really, 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 really isn't. If you don't need SEO, you don't need SSR, basically. That's like the main gist. And in a bunch of cases, if you do need SEO, you could just do static site rendering instead until you hit some level of scale. So we don't want to like hate on Vercel too much. I hate their marketing. The tool is really nice. Vercel itself is really nice. I just hate their fucking marketing. They're trying to convince us we need RSCs for everything. You don't. You really don't. They're trying to convince us you need SSR for everything. You don't. You really don't. The moment you identify that use case, Vercel's a fine tool. But you don't have to listen to their marketing bullshit to do it. Yes, they have a vested interest in convincing you of all that shit. I would simply say, understand the product you're actually building. SSR doesn't need to be part of it until it does. Does that mean I'll never get sponsored by Vercel? Fuck it. I'm okay with it. I'm pretty sure Guillermo hates me anyway. That's fine. He might not even know who I am, and that's even better. But if I were to apply to Vercel for a job, I'm sure I'm on some list for like a never hire. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know, man. But I am massively critical of Vercel's marketing and the voice they use for marketing and the way they try and convince us of all that shit. And I will always be critical of it. But I will recognize 100% when Vercel is needed, it's really good. It's actually really, really, really fucking good for what it needs to do. I just don't think everything needs it. And that's where these two paths diverge on a snowy evening in the woods or whatever, right? Like the Robert Frost poem. But I'm going to say, damn, come on. Cosmo, pump that shit up, man. We're on a brand new Cosmo Sheldrake album, and he's blowing it. I'm like, come on, Cosmo. Figure that shit out. So yeah, back to requests. Yep, create keyword params. List, create, and then yeah, do we actually need the full name? No, we can just do create. That saves the response. Sure, we go create and then show. Show has the same like show keyword response. Updating a keyword. All right. Well, I'd say update. We can require the whole thing anyway, because like, who cares? All right, delete definitely has no params. It's an empty response, and that seems fine. I think we just did this, but hold on, no. Org ID is a thing. Updating the keyword is a thing too, so that's accurate. Showing keyword, accurate. Creating keyword, accurate. All right, so I'm going to say we're good on the keyword controller. Keyword events. We basically just do the index, right? We're not going to be creating events from any clients. That's purely a server-side thing. But yeah, hold on. You a game dev. What about actually? Did you mean to spell that with a KSH instead of the C? Or instead of the CT? Actually. Right? It's so meta. I could actually correct your actually with an actually using the correct spelling, and voila. Actually. But you a game dev, are you actually pushing back on some of the other statements I've made? And that's fine. It was a couple minutes ago. I get it. some stoner's about to pour yet another whiskey. Dude, we're not going to finish this entire bottle. If I do, I might not even be able to stream tomorrow because that's just too much whiskey. But that said, we're having a good old Friday, aren't we? Yeah, Ethan, yeah, you might have wanted to play games tonight. I don't know, man. What time is it for you? I forget what time zone you're on. Are we on the same time zone? If so, well then yeah, it's 9:25. Oh, we got time, right? Oh, we got so much time, so that's fine. That's no big deal. We got so much time. Like totally up to you and other plans you might have. I get that. But no, we're chilling. We're killing it. Like yeah, having a good time. And yeah, I believe it's April 4th that the new thing goes live for PoE 2. God, that sushi was super good. Keep in mind, little bit of sushi is not a meal, and I might end up cooking some dumplings or something too, because why not? Fuck it. But yeah, we're just sitting here working on our stuff, doing our thing, getting stuff going, and I need to actually start looking at other events and stuff. You dabbled with the witch class for a little. Ooh, yeah, like witch is fun. Minions are the only thing like worth doing witch for. You may actually like do other stuff via like spark and other things because it's just it's just a sorceress with less sorcery things. Acorn vibes. I mean, Acorn's biggest thing is not actually a witch, but like they did their Gemling Legionnaire, and then also they did a sorceress. I wasn't aware they actually had a witch though. Are you sure about the witch, Winter Stasis? And I could be wrong. I could have just missed it. Like maybe Acorn had a witch. I thought Acorn only did the Gemling Legionnaire and the sorceress. So I could be wrong. You're required to do a lightning build. Yeah, Jolton John. For like a sorceress. For your witch. Okay, so you're going to do lightning with your witch. Okay. I've seen the opposite. Technically, the witch, I've seen value on doing like the fire, like the skull fire thing, and then a bunch of like minions. But also maybe a bit of like cold. But I haven't seen lightning be a big thing for like the final build for witches. So I want to throw that one out there. Like, do whatever you want and build whatever you want. But I would say, like, start looking at builds if you want to, like, build other characters and just follow a guide. All right, so yeah, keyword event. I'm going to say keyword event update, keyword event show, keyword event create goes away, and then keyword event index is actually a thing. Yeah. Ooh, but no, we go to here, right? Org ID is set, but ID is not. So yeah, if you want to see, sorry, not the index, but if you want to see a show. Right, we do show keyword event. So yeah, keyword event ID. Ooh, but hold on. Right, index, keyword events. Yeah, we end up doing keyword ID on that event, right? We show it. Updating and deleting are totally separate, but yeah. So then, that's it. Ooh, this song's good. And yeah, Abu, I see you back over there. How dare you? I'm kidding. Shit. Abu, thank you for chilling. Appreciate you being here when you were here, but yeah, like, Prime's more entertaining. Like, I get it. They got a whole crew and everything. Nah, man, don't feel bad. You're not even here to hear me say it, so that's fine. No worries, man. But yeah, this song, nah, we skipped that song. All right, so list keywords, events, response. We do that as an index and then show. Oh, show actually has an operation here, but a list. Keyword event response. Keyword event response doesn't exist. Let's skip a song. Come on, man. Pump that shit up. All right, so hold on. Something's up. Get keyword event, and it's sure for an org, but that's separate. what? Get keyword event. And then real quick, light mentality, Drama Sands. Even better. You're welcome. By the way. BT dubs. Me sitting in the corner, they don't know I use Drama Sands instead of Comic Sans. All right, so org ID, keyword event ID. Ooh, hold up. Yeah, I think keyword ID and then keyword event ID are part of the getting a keyword event. So then this ends up being keyword ID, and then that is ID at the end. Yeah. So then the response back, I think I like that part. We list them. We then have the event response. I don't think responses end up actually having any of that. So the show keyword event. All right, and yeah, you know what? I am losing steam at this point. Like, badly. We fixed our middleware problem for sure. I think tomorrow we fix our Open API spec problem. And then maybe we can generate a client and start testing the front end, at which point I can start using the multi-repo aspect of like our work thing, which would be really fucking cool. All right, so yeah, I'm still lurking Prime, but you know, it's about time for me to raid someone. Do we go raid Prime in them? Who's going on Twitch at the moment? Like, I like Prime in them. I get it. I get it. But who's also going? Because, yeah, the category is a bit starved, and whoever is streaming right now has way lower numbers than they'd be stoked on because Prime is going this late. So if there's someone we should go raid instead, I don't see that many people going, so shit, we might just go raid Prime. Fuck it. Danny Sem's going. I'm a huge fan. Productive time is going, and then it's a massive fall off. All right, you know what? Shit, I was about to raid a stream. It's a gaming stream, but they're like lurking at the moment, so we can raid someone else. I was about to go raid Frying Pan, but no, they're doing some bullshit too. And hey, what's up, Quaid bot? Quaid, start the reactor. Nah, you know what? So yeah, Prime's awesome. We rated Prime yesterday, though. Right? Technically, we rated Tej, but same difference. Corporate wants you to find the difference between Prime and Tej. There's no difference, right? Yeah, no worries there, Weatherboxer. We're going to go raid Danny Stem, who is just awesome. She does really good, like, 3D printing, like, hardware shit, and she smokes a shitload of weed. I'm a big fan. If only for the smoking weed thing. But no, she's also just awesome. So yeah, let's go right into Danny Stem, because she's sitting only at like 65 people. Okay, she just started. So I get it. She'll be at like 100 plus people here real soon, but we can get in there early. And then I'll play some games, and I'll be back here streaming tomorrow. Same Chris time. That was a bad burp. Same Chris channel. So yeah, what we want to do is, yep, we're chilling, we're hanging out. She's showcasing some of her 3D printed like awesomeness and hitting the blunt, obviously. So we'll go say hi to Danny Sem. I do have a gaming channel, right? Sam Griffing will end, but Griffing and Chill will be there. If you want to hang out and play some games, I'll be over there. No problem. And it might be me and Ethan playing some PoE 2, etc. I might get some dumplings cooking. We'll see. That's also an option. But yeah, we're going to go right into Danny Sem. People here on the YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Later, YouTube.